It's a new generation, it's a new world.
In the beginning, the gaming industry has been built by passionate people, so passion is really at the heart of everything.
Hearing about the promise of what is coming so that we can all stay really excited about it.
It's one of the largest drivers of innovation in the space at the moment.
Now we need people to take advantage of what's here and really take us to that next step, which is taking a leadership role in the gaming industry. Impressive.
Insightful.
Exciting.
Collaboration, future.
Davos of esports.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup.
He's got a taste for blood now.
The greatest players in the world are here.
Cross the line to take victory.
The final elimination.
This is the time to shine.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the new Global Sport Conference, NGSC 2025. Yesterday opened with ambition and vision. We heard Ralph Reichert remind us that this is not about short-term hype, but about dynasties, long-term wins, and smart growth. We saw Saudi Arabia lay out how gaming and esports are central to Vision 2030. Not just entertainment, but a cornerstone of technology, tourism, education, and investment. Ubisoft brought the story of Assassin's Creed Mirage to Al-Ula, showing how local heritage and global IP converge. We looked ahead to 2050 with Matthew Ball, Jens Hogers, and UNICEF's Jumana Haj Ahmed, who reminded us that gaming is the largest youth platform in history, shaping well-being, identity, and learning. And we marked a landmark moment with the Esports Nations Cup announcement, signaling how esports is stepping closer to the stature of traditional sport. Across the day, from publisher strategies to mobile growth, Day One gave us a 360-degree view of industries at scale. The takeaway: NGSC unlocked how we move from momentum to strategy and from strategy to execution. If Day One was about unlocking, Day Two is about building, putting structure around the big ideas, learning from leadership, and charting sustainable growth. Our theme, The Next Game, Building the Future of Gaming, Esports, and Sports, is about convergence, where gaming meets traditional sport, where media and technology transform fan engagement, and where culture, investment, and innovation come together to create new experiences. So what's ahead today? The morning is about leadership and legacy. We begin with building the future, how leaders navigate change at scale. His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud and Brian Ward, CEO of Savvy Games Group, showing us how national vision and corporate strategy intersect to build infrastructure, nurture talent, and scale globally. Then we move into legacy and leadership, from pitch to platform, bringing together Tiago Alcantara, Peter Moore, and Albin Delcoit. They'll explore how leadership explores on the pitch, in the boardroom, and across the business global esports. This afternoon, the focus shifts to data, storytelling, and fans. In the esports reality check, new data from Asia to MENA, Lisa Hansen of Nico Partners, Moritz Bayer-Lentz of Domenico Sott of Lightspeed will ground us with how latest insights with two of the fastest growing esports regions in the world. Finally, the connected game. Clouds, fans, and the future of football brings Amazon Web Services leaders into conversations with Jenny Elisa of World Football Summit, exploring how cloud innovation is transforming tournaments, powering fan engagement, and reimagining the future of global sport. Day two is about connecting the dots, leadership and legacy, data and creativity, sport and technology. We're not just imagining the next game, we are building it. Let's get started. Welcome to the studio and NGSC Unlocked. My name is Namal Hamoui. I'm a journalist and the host of the Discussions podcast, and I'll be your host on this live video podcast. It's the first live look at what's happening on the ground at the new Global Sport Conference in Riyadh. The session takes us inside the challenges of leading transformation at scale, from national visions to global investments shaping the future of gaming. We're joined by His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, Chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation, and Brian Ward, CEO of Savvy Games Group, for a conversation about leadership, vision, and navigating systemic change. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me on the podcast.
Thank you very
Pleasure
much.
to be here. No pressure.
No
Big
pressure,
intro.
just live, no pressure at all. So to start out the conversation, I really want it to be educational for our viewers that aren't here with us on the ground, that are watching live. What has been the conference? What has it been like for you? I'll start with you, Your Royal Highness.
Well, it's again, I was talking about this morning. It's just a chance for leaders in this as an industry, both gaming and esports, to connect with leaders from the traditional sports industry, figure out how we have more in common than we have apart. What can we learn from each other to really move to the next level of what we do? Because I think there's a lot that we in esports and gaming can learn from traditional sports and the industries around traditional sports. But more importantly, there's a lot that they can learn from us too. We are a little bit younger, but I think there's a lot that we both do well and a lot that can be done. And one of the things I said this morning is, if everyone who comes here, as they're meeting people from different industries, from different parts of the world, from different parts of the industry, if everyone can do just one thing that moves us forward, then I think we'll have done some amazing work over the next few years.
Completely agree. And Brian, what have you thought of the conference so far?
Amazing. Full credit to the foundation. I think did just an absolutely outstanding job of the whole tournament, and the conference in particular. I think has got a lot more interesting subjects and great speakers. There were great speakers last year too, but I think it's even come up several notches from last year. And what strikes me about this conference is that, and I'm not the only Westerner who holds this opinion, games executive, is that I haven't seen this many games executives from such a broad array of companies in our industry in one place in about 20 years. There used to be a conference called E3 that was held in LA every year. It's been gone for several years. But since then, the conference landscape is kind of fragmented. And to His Royal Highness's point, when you gather such an august body and group of leaders from our industry, there's bound to be not just one thing that happens, but several things that happen from this conference. So I think that's really exciting.
So it's really random thought.
Please, go ahead.
But I had a friend of mine who was much smarter than I, he was an engineering student at a major university in the US, and he was structural engineering. And he was saying that at the same school they had a very big medical engineering division as well. And he was sitting at his lunch one day talking to a student from the medical engineering school, just having a random conversation. He was talking about buildings and a project he was working on. The other guy was talking about a project that he was doing about the skeleton and the musculoskeletal structure. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because, as I said, they are much smarter than I am. But what they found out is there's so much more in common between the way a building is held up structurally and the way a skeleton and the muscles hold up a body, that they actually created a new form of building design based on the muscular skeletal body rather than traditional beams and cement that could move with earthquakes better. I don't know if they've done anything with it, but it was a whole new structure of how do you build a building that can withstand earthquakes and all of that, like based on how skeleton and the muscles work. And that's what you can get when you can bring people together from not just different areas of the industry, different industries.
Yeah.
1 + 1 starts to make 5, not 2. And that's, I think, what's a little bit fun about what we do here.
Because there's so much overlap in the leadership. I mean, even walking through the lobby, there's so many sideline meetings happening, and you're overhearing these conversations, and it's so inspiring, all led by this conference.
Yeah.
So it's beautiful to see. So our topic is about leadership. So I do want to dive into it from an educational standpoint. So when we're navigating a landscape such as esports, that's so new, it's still growing, and it still has a long way to go. Are there any guiding principles that you have as two very influential leaders in the sectors when making decisions in such a fast-paced environment? Are there any principles or guidelines or nuggets of wisdom you can pass on to our viewers?
Nuggets of wisdom I'll leave to the young man next to me.
Thank you for the age compliment.
Well, I would say as a guiding principle, from the moment I got the job at the Federation, my main guiding principle was, what was it that I wanted and needed when I was young enough to be a pro? Not that I was good enough to be a pro, but young enough.
Very humble. Very humble.
And, you know, I grew up as a gamer. There are certain things, and I talk about these things often, you know, there's certain things that I needed as a gamer: better ping rates, the servers, the access to the games, the regulatory body here that understood what we were doing as gaming and not just lumped us in with film and other media. And those are the conversations I had with leadership who completely understood what we were doing. I mean, it's amazing to me. We go have meetings with His Highness, Amir Mohammed Sayyidi, the Crown Prince, and he understands what we're doing in this industry in a lot of ways more than we do. And we get mandates and tasks. It's like, well, why don't you go look at this? And we're like, you know, why doesn't anyone do that? And from the beginning, you know, we've brought this ethos that keep the community and the players at the center of what we do, because that's who we are. We are players, we are gamers, we are athletes in our own way. And if we keep that ethos, they will always lead you to the right place in this industry. Because if you think about it, in esports, you can't have an esport without the players. You can't have a game without people playing it, without the gamers, without your community. Without them, you don't really have anything. So how can we do maybe that next innovation, that next big thing, that next thing that they need that nobody else is doing, because we're willing to take that risk. Because we know that if we do right by this community and these players, that we are doing the right thing. So we're willing to take that risk that maybe an established business isn't willing to, because they don't want to risk their bottom line. But hey, we're willing to take that risk, and if it works, we can export that rather than import that. And so that's been the ethos and our guiding light from the very beginning, is how can we do right by the gamers, not just here but around the world, because we are part of a global community and not just a Saudi community.
That's brilliant. Brian, any guiding principles, nuggets of wisdom?
Well, I'll leave the judgment of wisdom to others and your viewers, but the ethos that His Royal Highness spoke of and the boldness of vision, I think, is super important, and combined with an ecosystem where there's very, very long-term vision. So in a lot of areas and companies of our industry, there's a short-term focus. These are listed companies with quarterly earnings, pressures, etc. But the principles that I think are important that I've tried to keep at the forefront of my mind in decision making and throughout my career are, I think, basically three. One is, I think the best leaders focus on the key impact variables. And it's very important to focus on and determine what is really going to move the needle, and try and ignore all the rest, or delegate all the rest, or deprioritize and put that into a different cadence. It's difficult, speaking of time at Savvy, in imparting that philosophy to everyone, because I think when you're younger in your career, it's harder to distinguish what's important from what's not important. Everything tends to be important. I think if you don't, a long period of experience in the industry also helps you, sort of have pattern recognition and intuition about what's important. So that's one. I think the other is speed of decision making. And when I first came into this industry, I worked at EA Sports, Electronic Arts. And I happened to share an admin with a guy who was the head of global or worldwide studios at that time, one of the visionaries in our industry, Don Matrick. And what I learned from Don is that he made 10 times more decisions in a given span of time than any other human being I'd ever seen. And now his percentage of getting them right wasn't any better than anybody else's. Maybe he got 70% of them right. But the thing was, none of these decisions are life and death. And the ones that he got, so in a period of time where I made 7 good decisions, he made 70. And the 30 that he got not great, you can course correct for later. I mean, you don't have to, we're not aiming for perfection. And the third thing is properly judging the amount of information you need to make a decision. And that's important in this ecosystem. Our sole shareholder is Sovereign Wealth Fund, the PIF. and they are very, very rigorous in their decision making, as they should be. But speed is important in our industry, and you have to be able to be comfortable with making, hopefully, sound decisions based on your experience and your intuition with 70% information. You don't need 95, 100% information, and you're probably not going to get it anyway. So those are the things I try to keep in mind.
I do want to ask, so Saudi Arabia is very unique in its standpoint with its support, its governmental and private sector support for esports and gaming. So when we have government-backed vision and when we have private sector execution, convergence, and coming together, I want to ask you, from the two of you, what makes Saudi Arabia's standpoint and its execution of esports so different than any other country we've seen?
Well, we have been working from the very beginning to say we are not recreating the wheel. There are things that have been done all over the world. We went around, we learned, we met, we spoke with, and then we said, let's not catch up to everyone. Let's start on the same level as they are. Let's bring in that knowledge base. Let's start there, and then let's grow together and innovate what they're doing. And that has helped us leapfrog, I think, a lot of what we could have had to go through. So instead of taking 20 years to catch up to where everyone else was, we just said, look, everyone's here, let's start here. Let's bring that know-how in, and then from here, let's start innovating what they're doing and help lead them into the next generation. And I think that's been special because we have, again, leadership, not just of the country, but of all the ministries that understand that we need to move now. Now is an opportunity. And we found out we have a community that is large and strong. I mean, you hear numbers, 67% of the population are gamers, which sounds like a big number, and it is. But when you're in the arenas and you have that football, atmosphere, the fans and the screaming and it's a tangible feeling. And gaming, unlike any other industry, the gamers are very vocal. They will tell you whether you're doing the right thing or not the right thing. And I remember the first tournament we ever did as a federation, I was given 2 weeks to put on an esports tournament by, at the time, Turki al-Sheikh, who was head of the General Sports Authority. And it was me and our managing director, the CEO of the federation at the time, all the people I had, all my employees. And we managed to work something out. My sister, Reem, at the time, was working at the ministry. I said, I need to commandeer your team. She goes, why? I said, this is my mandate. She goes, everyone, hands on deck. What can we do? Within 2 days, we had vendors, we had everything signed. Took me another 2 days to get a budget, which I still can't believe I got. And then we started actioning, created a website. 45,000 people signed up for this tournament. Our first tournament, nobody knew who we were. But this community took that risk, they took that step. We did FIFA, we did League of Legends, we did Super Smash, Street Fighter, and then just for myself, I did a side tournament in Mario Kart, so that I could do something and participate. And for those out there, I know that's not an esport, but I enjoy it, so let's leave it there. But we had 1,500 athletes participate. First official sanctioned event in Saudi as a sports event that had men and women competing against each other, which was amazing to see. And we grew from there. We started asking questions. There were moments, people thought I was having arguments. I'm like, no, it's not an argument. We had literally a group of esports players, 30, 40 people around me, just talking. What do you want? What are you missing? It was the servers, it was the launches of games. And we got to work with our government stakeholders, Ministry of Communications, Ministry of Media, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Sports, the Olympic Committee. And we got to, they wanted to push these things through. It's not, I was going and saying, we need this and we need this. No, they would come to me and saying, okay, what do we need to get done what we need to get done? And that is something that is very unique here. Having a national strategy for gaming and esports, very unique. And it's that insistence from the beginning, with the knowledge that we have an opportunity now, especially in esports, to take a leadership role. And this is not an opportunity that should be missed. It wasn't, well, we think we can do this, let's sit down and study this for a year and see what we can do next. It was, look, there's an opportunity now, what do you need now? So we need servers, we need the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, we need clear regulations. It's like, okay, let's get that done. And it was that movement, that impetus, and it's literally, there is no time to say, well, why don't I sit back and relax and rest on my laurels? No, as soon as this is done, tomorrow we start our next project. Because it is that energy that's here, and it's what makes it fun to do, honestly.
Same question, Brian.
What was the question again?
I want to ask
Sorry.
you what makes the kingdom so unique in its approach to esports?
I think three things. Boldness of vision, number one. And that boldness of vision is driven by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman under the, within the framework of Vision 2030 and the national strategy for games and esports. Nobody else on the planet has that framework and that sort of mandate and support. Number two, a very long-term vision, realizing that this is a marathon, not a sprint, although we have to start quickly. It's going to take many, many years to get to the destination. And Saudi Arabia is uniquely positioned to maintain that momentum and adhere to that vision. And although I sometimes make this comparison, although the two countries are completely different in terms of their governance, China and Saudi Arabia, the one thing that both countries could do when they put their mind to it is get something done.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because there's no elections in 2 years or fundraising for the election and this administration is going to change and this and that. And so that long-term commitment and vision, I think, is super, super important. And then the third thing is the ability to act, pull the trigger, and execute, as His Royal Highness said. So this conference last year, the whole tournament came together, super quickly. None of us on the committee actually thought it could be done initially, but His Royal Highness makes you believe it can be done, and then people dig deep and find out how to get it done. I remember coming to the closing ceremony last year and getting on the elevator to go up to the suite where we were going to watch it. And how in the elevator they have a certificate saying the elevator is safe to ride or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that elevator had been certified the day before. But the ability to build all these facilities and put something on like this in record speed is unique to Saudi.
On that point, I got asked a question last year. Was there ever a point you thought the Esports World Cup wasn't going to happen? And my answer was 3 days before the tournament, we finished construction of the building that was going to house our studios. 3 days. So that means we had 3 days to fit out the inside, the stages, the production areas, the lights, the whole back of house, the chairs. Everything inside that arena last year was built in 3 days.
I remember that, yeah.
Literally, from day one, every mandate we have gotten across this industry, the day we got the mandate was, quite frankly, impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
But every time you complete that mandate, every time you push through and you do what you've been asked to do, and you find a way to do it, the more you believe that it isn't impossible, that the next mandate you get, yes, it may seem impossible, but now we have a track record of doing the impossible.
Yeah.
And His Highness believes in the work that we've put in. He believes in the young men and women that we work with. And I think of all the things we have built, you talk about the Saudi Esports League, the Gamers Without Borders, Gamers 8, Esports World Cup, the NGSC, Savvy, Steer underneath that, what we're doing with Scopely, everything that we've built here. Of all of that, the thing that I am proudest of and the thing that I will hang my hat on till the end of my days is not the initiatives and the actions we've been able to take, but the people we've been able to bring in that have been able to push us through each and every one of these things. And that's, the people at the arenas who are helping you to your seat, to, Brian as CEO, every single person that has been a part of this from beginning, from that first day where it was just me and Turki and Ahmed, his office manager, to the hundreds of people we have now, thousands of people if you include the companies around the world. I cannot thank each and every one of them enough, because each one of them has contributed to what we're doing and given us the opportunity to build all of this.
And it starts being a magnet for people. And we've started to see this in Savvy and our business units. But people, it's this sort of enthusiasm, this sort of confidence-building execution on seemingly impossible timelines gets people excited. They come here and they want to be part of it. Winners like to play on winning teams, and people want to be a part of something that's exciting and things that have never been done before.
I have a question. This is completely off topic, but how do you address the skeptics, internationally that come and see the kingdom's, vast visions, what they have, Vision 2030s? How do you address them globally?
So the first thing I always tell people is I can talk about the change, the advancement, what's happening on the ground till I'm blue in the face. But do not take my word for it. Because I can guarantee when you come here, when you see what's on the ground, when you see the young men and women here, they're what's going to get you excited for the future, not me. And there's nothing can replace seeing with your own eyes. I mean, I tell the same to my kids when they ask me about something. I was like, well, why don't we go and see? My son asked me about Japan. I'm taking him with me on a quick trip soon. It's like, I want him to see with his own eyes. Make your own opinion. You will hear a lot of things from many different areas, some positive, some negative, but nothing can replace seeing for yourself, because there we have, quite frankly, a 100% track record of no matter what you thought of Saudi beforehand, positive or negative, everyone who comes here to see for themselves has changed their view to the positive.
100%.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. The skepticism vanishes once people come here. And what I've noticed over the last 4 years is it's very, very difficult to understand it until you actually come here. And and that's why I tell people, buy a ticket, get on a plane, go there, see it for yourself. And invariably, 100%, people go, oh my God, yeah, you told me what it was like, but I had actually no idea until I actually saw it. This is really exciting.
I completely agree. Even in journalism, we can write stories, thousands of words, headlines. You have to be there in person to see it. I want to ask you, we are here at the conference, the NGSC conference. What would be your end goal, your mission, if you walked away, final day, and you said, oh, we achieved it? What would that be?
Yes.
Yes, we did it. It happened.
Yes. Walking away the final day would be a good achievement. No, I mean, I said it this morning. I gave the opening speech at an absurdly early hour, which, gaming industry, we are gamers. We should not be doing things at 9 and 10 in the morning.
Exactly.
But it's a chance for people to get together. I mean, there are people I've seen at this event that I haven't seen since this event last year. You get a chance to catch up, figure out what's going on. You hear new things. And when you talk and have a conversation that inspires an opportunity, and if we can get just a few of those opportunities to take action, then this is what this conference is about. I always tell people, I enjoy having conversations. I love sitting down and talking to people and doing this, and it's great, but I like action more. So consistently, I have meetings, and people think I'm, ADHD or I'm all over the place because I'm looking all over the place, or I'm writing notes, or I'm opening things. And like, why isn't he focused? I'm like, no. Every time someone says something, I'm like, I'm trying to think, okay, what can I do with that? Like, I need to write down, I want them to go here. I want them to speak to this person. I want you to go here. I want you to do this. So at the end of the meeting, I can come up with a few action points, because I enjoy the conversation, but I want to end it with action points that we can actually move this forward. Because endless conversations seem to be what have been done in a lot of industries for a long time. And my job here, and what I'm tasked with, is not having conversations with people. It's how do we move this industry forward? How do we make Saudi the next global hub? And we don't do that simply by having good conversations. You have a conversation, you come up with action points, you find a way to move that forward. And when there's a roadblock, you find a way either around it, over it, or break through it. And I tell people, it's not my job to say no. It's my job how to figure out how to get this done. It may not end up the way you thought it would in the beginning, but we'll get somewhere in the end. Do we have to pivot right? Do we have to pivot left? Is this a brilliant idea in my mind that doesn't work, and therefore we have to abandon it and figure out something new? Or is it an idea that sparks something new? I mean, things like the key crushing. It started off with a really random, outrageous conversation about finding medal trophies and medallions for teams and melting those down into the final trophy, which sounds great. Sounds like a lot of fun. But building smelters and fire hazards into an arena that's full of servers and people really is not the smartest thing to do. So how do we take that idea and shift it into something that works? And it became the key crushing, which is the most brutal, amazing, beautiful moment in this whole tournament. The whole crowd anticipation as that crusher moves agonizingly slowly towards crushing that key, and then the pop, and every player, no matter how many times you've done it, will always jump. But it's that story, that emotion came out of the most random conversation. But we do that across all parts of this industry. Somewhere you're just saying hello to someone, like, what are you doing today? They tell you their story, and like, oh, wait, what if we did this with that? Let me introduce you to so-and-so, and let's move that conversation forward. And that leads to things. It leads to a number of Saudi developers that are here. I mean, we had a conversation the other day. Sorry, I tend to ramble. I
No,
will
keep
give you a
going.
chance to speak, I promise. I'm very proud of what we've done with the Saudi Esports Academy and what we do there, and the graduates and the amount of people who have come through there. Met with a young man the other day who started an academy in Jeddah, and he was telling me what they've done and some of the players that have graduated from their academy. And then he told me, he goes, by the way, this all started because I graduated from the Saudi Esports Academy. And when I left, I saw there wasn't one in Jeddah, so I emulated what I learned and created that. And I'm like,
Wow.
those are the impacts.
Yeah.
Met with a couple of young ladies. We did an interview with them the other day. They're gamers. I saw them walking through the boulevard. They said, can we do an interview with you? I said, let's schedule something officially. It's not to do something on the middle of the street. They're now social media influencers. They're doing things. You know, young men and women that we get to see during these tournaments that then get to move on to something bigger, creating games, becoming professionals, building companies, that come to me and say, I remember I met with so-and-so, or I met with you and you said, you have to do this, and that keeps me going. This is the legacy we're going to leave. This is when people look back at this 30 years from now, 40 years, 50 years from now, are going to say, I met this guy at the Esports World Cup and we created this. Or I saw this at the NGSC and then we created this company which became the next unicorn. Or the companies that are in that hallway, Saudi grown, maybe they get picked up by one of the CEOs that's here. They become the next global studio. These are now things that are being born in Saudi and taken to the world instead of taken from the world and brought to Saudi. And that's kind of the legacy that I want my son to look back on 30 years from now.
This conference is really the art of the possible in an atmosphere of optimism and enthusiasm that in a lot of our industry conferences over the last 3 years is lacking because the industry's gone through some tough times, you know, record layoffs, 35,000 layoffs in our industry in the last 3 years. And so you go to Gamescom, you go to GDC, you go to some of the DICE and some of these other conferences, and sometimes it's a bit morose because people are dealing with difficult issues and resizing and how to raise capital in a market where VC money has dried up and other issues. And here you come here, and it's an entirely different atmosphere. This really is this conference is a bastion of what is possible and gets people fired up about starting something new, a new partnership and new collaboration in a part of the world which is, the fastest growing region in our industry.
I do want to respect your time. On that note, I just have one more question, closing, because I know a lot of our viewers are gamers, people that are aspiring to be gamers. What is one piece of advice you would give them as two professionals in the sector?
There was a quote that I really like, and I know you guys have heard me say this before. It was, if I'm not mistaken, Franklin Roosevelt, President of the United States, former President of the United States. He said, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The next best thing you can do is the wrong thing. And the worst thing you can do is nothing. So that would be my recommendation, is do something, start something. There are avenues, there are opportunities right now, right here in Saudi. If it's the wrong thing, you can learn, you can pivot, you can start the next thing. But when you do nothing, you're missing your chance. You're missing your chance to get your spot in this industry that is growing immensely fast and immensely fast here. So that would be my advice, is just do something.
Start.
Start.
Yeah, exactly. Brian, what piece of advice would you give?
Don't listen to your parents. Follow your passion, keep playing games, and do what you love. The money will follow.
I like that. The money will follow is very true. It's inspirational. Your Royal
I'm
Highness.
a parent. Listen to your parents.
The contradicting. Navigate. You'll interpret that as you will.
Follow your passion, but listen to your parents.
Your Royal Highness, thank you so much. Brian, thank you for your time. This has been so incredibly helpful, and I don't want to keep you too much, so I really appreciate you joining us on this podcast.
Thank you.
I know there's people waiting outside to meet you. I can already see them from here. So
I do apologize. He talks too much.
No, that's okay. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been the NGSC podcast Unlocked. We look forward to welcoming you on the next episode shortly. Good afternoon and welcome back to the studio. NGSC Unlocked on the ground at the new Global Sport Conference in Riyadh. Today we're focusing on Asia and MENA, two of the fastest growing esport regions. Joining me are leaders in research and data infrastructure who will help us unpack the data and explore where the next wave of growth in esport is coming from. Joining me first is Lisa Cosmas Hansen, the founder and CEO of Nico Partners Market Research. She's a leader with 20 plus years of analyzing Asia and MENA games industries. She's been advising on global companies on growth and market entry. We also have Maurits Maurer. He's the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Grid Esports, an in-game data platform specifically created for the gaming industry. Through his over a decade-long career, Maurits has been dedicated to unlocking the potential of data in esports and games as the driver of growth and innovation within the ecosystem. He specializes in establishing the in-game data as an official asset and for game developers and right holders. Thank you both for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
So, like I said, I want this podcast to be very casual, a conversation, nothing too serious, no interrogation style, a light conversation to get to know the areas that you specialize in. To kick things off, I want to ask you about the conference. Since we are here at NGSC and looking down there, we see the media hub. It's very active, it's very alive. There's sessions going on as we speak. What has been your experience so far? I'll ask you first, Lisa.
This is a great conference, the NGSC. I was commenting to someone just before coming on here that it's such a good vibe. I mean, it feels like there are some great conversations to be held, and there are great panels to listen to on the stage. And throughout, it feels to me that lots of people are talking about the concept of community and cohesiveness and kind of the collective commonalities among all the countries, and like the concept of esports and gaming, no matter if the company is in the areas of market research or investment or game development or like a platform or serving audiences here in the Middle East or around the world. And it just especially in this day and time, finding that commonality and feeling the good vibe among all the people here is just really refreshing.
It is. It's rare. It's rare to find as well. So it's nice to have everyone together. Maurits, I want to ask you, what was your experience at the conference so far?
I think it's great. I've been in last year as well. Great experience. Amazing hospitality all around. Like at the conference and the wider Esports World Cup. And what's really striking to me is Esports World Cup is obviously kind of the biggest thing that happened in esports in recent memory. And the vibe of the conference is really underscoring that. Just thinking about the gravity this event has for all the industry leaders being in one place, actually. I came in from Gamescom, which is a staple in the industry for sure, and I think the largest, like, open to the public type of conference. You also have everybody in Cologne, but in different hotel lobbies, in different halls, you have to run around. While here you have like really an amazing high quality crowd, great people, and they're all here and very engaged with the topic. And then at the same time, like the announcements yesterday and other things, it's just an exciting time to be here in person and experience this and partake in it. So really glad to be here, and it's a great experience.
Well, we're glad to have you both. Lisa, I want to ask you, for people that aren't specializing in the sector, what role does, if you had to give us a general summary, what role does market research play in esports and e-gaming, and how can it benefit it?
Well, to me, market research is the basis of everything, because without data, how can you establish metrics? And without metrics, how can you measure success? And so we have data, insights, analysis, and whether it's sort of in-game data like my friend here, or if it's what we do, which is really getting to know the markets themselves, the gamers, their behavior patterns, their spending, their interests, and then the games provided to them, the esports opportunities for them, the regulations that are kind of governing the use of games, and then the companies that are involved in building the whole industry and the ecosystem. We provide what we like to call the why behind the what. So the what is the data, which we also develop, market models, 5-year forecasts, a lot of information about the players and the companies and the success and so forth, what countries are going where with what kind of positioning. But the why behind that is the market context. So our bottom-up methodology of really understanding who are these players and how does the ecosystem fit together and what lessons do you really need to take from the data. Because great data is one thing, but if you don't know what to do with it or how it impacts you specifically, it's not really meaningful at all.
Yep. I want to ask you just to piggyback off of that question, and then I'll jump to Moritz. What is Nico Partners seeing within the region? What is the headlines in terms of research that's coming from the MENA region?
The MENA region is really exciting. There's a lot of growth here, and much of it is kind of steeped in this esports scene and in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and with that specifically with the Esports World Cup. But there are some really exciting features about gaming and esports across the region that are worth noting, such as there's a high percentage of female gamers and female esports athletes, and a lot of support for this cohort, which is really cool to watch. And I think that there are we've learned that despite there being many bilingual people, Arabic, English, and then trilingual and beyond, the games that are localized into Arabic and the tournaments that support Arabic and the chats and everything that relates to Arabic are much more, they have a longer tail of success, they're much more successful, and we like to watch how truly embracing the local culture, hyper-culturalization and so forth is important around the world, but here is no exception. So when we watch the region grow in terms of game development, which is still quite nascent, but having sort of becoming global hubs of esports tournaments and the future of what's to come for games, when we can really understand the locals and how important it is to respect the culture, to admire what each of the gamer behaviors kind of are, and then recognize that it's really an even playing field for gender balance and looking at the games that are played here are often played around the world, and so it's all united in that way.
And I think we are seeing that heritage and local aspect, especially with yesterday's announcement with Assassin's Creed Mirage coming to Al-Ula, and it was very positively embraced within the region already from yesterday.
Yeah.
Moritz, I want to jump to you because you also work in data. So I want to ask you, how does the data that you collect impact the engagement, impact the players, and also the game creators?
Yeah, maybe first, Lisa, it's great because we both clearly have a passion for data. It's almost like we represent it from the macro to the micro. Right. Someone has to make sense of it. With this large business event, I think an event like the Esports World Cup is also helping esports to draw an attention from a broader audience and other verticals really looking at the industry, and I think it's fantastic. Someone has to make sense of it, give us a good indication and guidance of where the space is and where it can grow. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we're also doing data, but very different, very play-by-play inside of the game, trying to make the micro and the games themselves more accessible to viewers, help pros to work in a more data-driven way, help teams to be better at talent scouting and employ data and methods, some that are refined in sports and some that are very particular to esports. And generally, the vision behind the company is to really unlock the potential of data. And since it's a digital sport, it was kind of very appealing and very, I was very passionate earlier about thinking this is a digital sport, there's perfect data somewhere. So if you develop the right technology, the right infrastructure, you can get to it and you can make sense of it, which is very different than in sport, where you had to have decades of technological advances from computer vision to tracking technology and other things to get somewhat granular and somewhat accurate data from the pitch. While in esports, we technically have that here, and that's ultimately what Grid is specializing on. That's what we're focusing on.
And we spoke about it very briefly before this interview, but how is the work that you're doing at Grid impacting fan engagement specifically?
I think on the grand scheme, I think about it in two ways. So one is we're making the games more accessible. Esports games are way more complicated than most traditional sports titles. There's a lot more to break down, to take in, and to understand. And only if you, like with most games, only if you really understand what's going on in the game, you can appreciate the amazing display of skill that you have here across also such a wide array of game titles. So we're thinking data and statistics and insights you can derive from it, actually akin to what you just said, kind of turning data into information, is very helpful for the space and for the development and bringing in more audiences and making the appeal easier. And then at the same time, you can go quite deep in these games. You can go very granular on the data because the games are complex. There's a lot of data to harness and there's a lot of cool insights to develop. And I still continue, like after many years of doing this, to be surprised of the ingenuity of passionate fans who spend many hours playing, like I used to do myself when I had more time to play, and the things they find out and the degree to which they're knowledgeable about their favorite game. And I think that's fantastic, and making that available and accessible is driving deeper engagement ultimately for people to create more kind of long-term ways to engage with their favorite IPs, be it a gamer or be it a viewer, or even be it the center of their career. From many initiatives we've seen in making data accessible, we have a lot of people who would really like to center their career path on it, but it's kind of hard to find the overlap. And data is next to the game development an angle that allows a lot of engineers to engage with esports and with gaming ultimately.
Lisa, I want to jump back to you because with the topic of regional growth drivers and the work that you're doing at Nico Partners, the work that you're driving, we spoke about cultural trends. But I want to ask, have you seen any changes in terms of mobile adaptation, in terms of demographic shifts? Have these impacted the region anyway as growth drivers?
Yeah, both for gamers overall and then in esports itself. And in fact, when we look at esports, we recently partnered with Esports Charts, which is another data provider, and they get very granular about the games played in esports and the tournaments specifically and the prize pools and all kinds of different things. We have a free white paper that we just kind of collaborated on that went live a couple days ago, talking about the first half of this year, not just about Middle East, but including Middle East. And it's surprising that there are so many tournaments that are online now, and then of course like the big hype ones that are offline, whereas most of the prize pools are in the offline tournaments, but the online tournaments are in some cases the majority of the tournaments played. So people are really eager to compete. In fact, Nico Partners has, we've done, and I talked about this yesterday when I did a panel at the conference here, we've done motivation-based segmentation analysis on gamers kind of all over the place. And there are 4 motivating qualities for people specifically in Asia, and I'm sure it applies here in the Middle East as well, which are competition, community, completion, and challenge. And these are 4 hallmarks that you could really associate with an esports title. And the games that embrace those qualities have seen a lot of popularity. So we can see that that when a gamer is kind of devoting themselves to playing a game that embraces those qualities, they themselves are like wrapping themselves in the whole ecosystem of esports. Even if their intent was not to be kind of an esports athlete, they might be an esports fan, or they might be just playing a game that's played in esports that has a long tail of life to it, so they just keep coming back for more and more. They can do that on mobile, they can do that on PC, they can just they do it online, they do it offline, they do it with their friends. So the idea of competition doesn't necessarily have to be in a tournament for money, but or like in front of a big stage like the Esports World Cup. While that is the pinnacle, if you think about people even practicing at an internet cafe or practicing at home or hanging out with their friends, or even doing this on like with mobile games, Mobile Legends Bang Bang or Honor of Kings and different things like this, that it's really exciting to think that esports and this common thread of competition, completion, community, and challenge really can permeate and help build up the entire kind of gaming ecosystem.
It's a brilliant summary. You named off a few games, so I'm just curious, do the two of you have time to play video games or no? It's pretty
Well, for me, I don't really consider myself to play these intense games, but some of Nico Partners' clients are the creators of more casual games like match 3 games or puzzle games and so forth, and the world forgets that those are games too. So in that sense, I am a gamer. But these are little, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, fill my time in between being a wife and mother of 2 teenagers and running a business and traveling around the world, what are you going to do? So I can just play these games sort of catch as catch can. And it still brings me quite a lot of joy. And I can watch my teenagers play the more intense games, and my husband too. He's always on his phone playing games. And so I appreciate that there's such a wide range of opportunity for people to want to take part in this amazing entertainment resource.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Moritz, do you play video games or no?
I do. I still try. It's tough with the time, because back then you could spend a lot of time on it, and you develop a certain expectation to your ability, especially in competitive games. And if you can't spend the time, it almost feels like you're just catching up to the latest changes in the game or the latest patch. You're not up to date on the meta game, and it can be a little bit frustrating to know that you're kind of definitely behind your previous self and your skill cap. And then at the same time, especially when I play games that are on our platform, you have new ideas, you think about a new data point, we should develop this insight. So it almost distracts from playing the game and getting more into kind of product research and new ideas. So that's not really the recreational bit about the gaming that I would otherwise
it sort of takes the fun
for.
out of it.
It kind of takes I enjoy that too, but I realized, oh no, I'm working again. That's not it. So yeah.
It's a full circle moment a bit. But I do want to ask about the topic of infrastructure and integrity. This is one of the themes we have for this podcast episode. So within, when you have regulation and infrastructure for data collection, how are you navigating that? Because it does have a potential to shape investment decisions for people. So when you're dealing with different countries and different policies within data, how do you navigate that?
Well, when we look at regulations and policies, they kind of govern the games industry themselves, and that will then help kind of give boundaries to the type of data you might collect, or how to measure the success of certain games or certain tournaments based on data collected. But I think data integrity is paramount to anything. You don't want to be relying on data that has no methodology that's explainable or that doesn't have any historical data to rely on. You need to have kind of a trusted, reliable source. And there are specific kind of ways to go about doing data collection and data analysis that are reliable and can be used for investment, can be used for strategic planning and so forth. So I think that we have to be very careful with the type of data that is revealed. You never want to give away any kind of personal information about gamers, and the privacy is obviously so important. And as we look at, what we look at Nico Partners is the market itself, like how much revenue is generated by players spending, where is that going, how many players are spending it, and what are those cohorts of gamers and so forth. So it's a different type of data, but the integrity of it is equally important.
And then Moritz, same question. How do you navigate that integrity?
Yeah, so I'll start with the integrity bit. We as a platform, as consolidating like all the official data assets and making them available, like especially right now, probably aware of the immense surge we had on the AI side. Data integrity is paramount, and that's one of the beautiful things. If you source your data properly, you avoid a lot of mistakes in the data dissemination that can come from human error or imperfect technology or other things. And like anybody who has worked in model training or predictive analytics, they know that you have to do a lot of work on sanitizing your data sets and making sure it doesn't have any errors, because if you're gonna extrapolate things for this or run your model through endless permutations of a starting data set, you're gonna like amplify or just multiply the amount of errors that might be present. So data integrity is kind of one of the things why ultimately people want to work with us and source official data for video games, because anything you're going to build on top of it, you don't want anything scraped or anything inferior in quality. And then the other thing is the official element. So again, like the in-game data is not so much regulation on a global scale or on a national jurisdiction level. It's very much thinking about like whose data is it. Like in our view, in-game data is another asset. It's part of the IP of the game, so it belongs to the game developers. They are the rights holders. So we work with official data only in official partnerships. and in that deploy technology to source the data for live and historic purposes and pull it together. And one, there's a moral argument that is simply the right thing to do if you want to contribute to esports and its growth and develop data commercialization as another sustainability driver, which is a big topic here. And two, back to my first point on the data integrity, it's kind of the only way to do anything meaningful with it. And this depends on the use case, but basically across the board, if you're building something exciting, you want to do it with the real deal. And that's ultimately why we ventured into this area. Because I did, while I was a player, try to get data out of games, and there weren't APIs available or there weren't any sources, and it was a bit frustrating. So there's many people at Grid that identify with this challenge of data accessibility and democratization of access. And game developers see the value it brings, the engagement it drives from their community, and how rewarding it can be. So we feel honored and feel it's the right thing, and it's very exciting to do this on behalf of our partners.
I have something more to contribute based on some of his comments, which is that as we look at, they're looking in-game, and we are looking at players directly and at drivers to growth of a market. So when we do research on players, sometimes it's interviews or focus groups, and a lot of times it's survey work. Well, the advent of AI has also kind of really compromised what you can do with survey work when you're really concerned about privacy. So it puts the onus of data integrity back on the researchers such as Nico Partners. And one of the benefits of having spent 2 decades covering the markets that we cover is that we are able to look at the data, the raw data that comes back from a survey, and say, that is nonsense. That was not generated by a human. Do it again. I reject far more data sets than I accept. It used to take us, a few weeks to field a survey. Now we have to bake in maybe 8 weeks to do a survey because I have to reject so many data sets. And we look at the data and we say, we'll have trick questions built in, every 4th question or something. There'll be something where a computer will answer it wrong, or AI will answer it wrong, but a human would know. Or a human who is qualified for the survey will know how to spell something, but a human who's just paid to answer surveys will not know how to spell something. So we have a lot of ways to check, but I found that since the advent of AI, which is not just since ChatGPT, but like even years before, it's been going back 14 years or so, but even in but obviously more intensively recent years, we've had to be very careful about the quality assurance, the data checking, and in order to do analysis on a data set, just like he said, we have to make sure that the data set itself is clean, sanitized, pristine, and actually usable. And then you apply the analysis on top of it. But that initial bit of work is much more cumbersome now. And you can't just say, I'm going to go survey some people in a market that you don't know, because you'll never know how to do the quality assurance on that initial set of data unless you really understand the market and what could be true and what probably is not true in that market.
I love the measures you bring up to make sure you get it correct and you weed out basically people who will give you ultimately worthless information and data in your surveys. It's cool. It sounds like we should do something together where the silo of in-game data and all the information you have around on the players and demographics and the spending could be in some way correlated. It would be, I think,
let's do it.
Pretty interesting piece.
I love that kind of partnership.
And maybe we develop some new information from that that's valuable to all of our partners.
I think it could be quite valuable for all the parties involved.
It's wonderful. I think this podcast is starting conversations within partnerships. Who knows?
But the theme of this conference, right? Generating opportunity.
Literally.
Exactly.
I do want to ask, because Nico Partners knows the industry in the region so well, and as does Grid, since you've started, where does Asia and MENA converge? Where do you see overlap between the two, and how will it affect the esports sector in the next 5 years?
Well, to us, what is known as MENA is also West Asia. So it's just the western extension of Asia. And it really, if you go back historically and through geopolitical kind of analysis, one should be aware that some people might consider the terminology of Middle East as kind of like a colony or some sort of negative implication. So I think one has to really respect each of the countries and the nations and the kingdoms and the lands for what they are individually, not in relation to some superpower of days gone by or superpower of the future. And when we look at the commonalities of Asian gamers and kind of the games that are appreciated and the methods of play and the behaviors and stuff, there is a lot of commonality from Asia all the way through to the Middle East, yes, I shall say. But even within the region, there's a lot of differentiation between what you'll see. There'll be perhaps at the structural level, there'll be certain levels of development of what's possible in terms of local game development, or what's possible in terms of esports tournaments being put on, or what's possible in terms of, I often caution about the math education of any given country. Without a really rigorous math education from age 6 up, you're not going to graduate people who are ready to become game developers. You need to have mathematics, advanced mathematics, calculus, all sorts of stuff in the high schools, and then have these people be energized to go into technology, computer science, and so forth in university level. Without a strong basis of that, you have gamers who love playing games who want to go do these things, but they're not ready. And so this will put a big gap in opportunity for some countries. So if I look at China, they are super deep in math and science education. So it should not be even a strange thought whatsoever when I tell you that the Chinese games industry 20 years ago or more was really a set of outsourced game development studios where people were assigned tasks of doing QA or certain bits of code or whatever the case may be, but never a full game and never the creative. But now we look at a country that has a full-blown publicly traded companies, private companies, regulatory infrastructure, and a huge number of gamers that produce almost $50 billion of revenue in a year just from player spending, and most of that is on locally developed games. So if you think about the full stack of development of games, this has come from the ability for it's not all just fun and games in the game development world. It's not all pretty pictures and graphics. There's a lot of technology, math, calculations, all kinds of stuff that goes underneath the hood. So when we look at some developing regions, some emerging markets, I think one really needs to study what is the local curriculum in public schools and private schools, and are you building a ready set of developers to be able to have that country stand up and say, hey, look at us, we can do this on our own too.
But it's so interesting, it goes back down to the educational level, early years. I never thought of it that way, because when we think of game developers, and math doesn't come to mind, but that's interesting. It's an important aspect. Maritza, I want to ask you the same questions. Are you seeing any overlap between Asia and, we'll say, Middle East, the convergence between the two, and how is it going to impact the esports sector over the next 5 years, say?
I think, so one, when I started, we didn't have an esports World Cup, and let's say 12, 20 years ago, and esports was something that was misunderstood by many people as this one thing, where there's this one fan and they love all computer games. And they're all the same across the entire globe, when in reality, it's different games played on different platforms with very impactful underlying preferences culturally and also genre-wise that you then see across the globe. So I think mobile is interesting, which we see a lot here, like PUBG Mobile, kind of really making its way here, being a huge title. It was great to see. I mean, when I left the airport, I got picked up by someone who's a team manager of a PUBG Mobile team, and we were sitting there waiting for my bag and watching his team play live. It was cool. So I arrived and immediately there's esports. So the transition I'm trying to make here is, I think the kingdom and the region as a whole, if you think about really the fandom aspect and this event here, they're really on par with other nations that had a longer history, I think, with esports and gaming. And it's a great experience here, and it's really authentic, and it's something that why I think this conference is so valuable. The more people come and see and experience it, it changes maybe the perspective on the region and the region as a market. I think your comments are on point on the math part. That's what a lot of people find out. They love video games, they want to go into video games, and they're like, oh, it's just hardcore math. It's actually very, very tough. despite like amazing tools existing nowadays that probably didn't exist 20 years ago when you started to look at everything.
Yeah.
But still, I think if you're really creating something amazing, you should be good at the underlying basics, and they're still like very math heavy. So yeah, just like back to my first point, really. I think there's a lot of games that are finding massive audiences here. I think what we see FIFA is super interesting as a region. I think the Nations Cup is going to be awesome as well. I'm really interested to see, because I think there's an argument around how much of like really internal game development can be done and grown like over time. But I'm also excited for the first like really original IPs coming here, telling stories that are like more born out of the regions as well. And this can change it, because now the world is celebrating a lot of original Chinese IPs that are awesome and bring a complete new set of stories and lore, or retelling some, but in a new way with amazing titles. And I'm excited to see this kind of wave coming out of this region, and hopefully it won't be too long.
It's like the people can be the ambassador. The people can tell a story about their culture, their history, and then the whole world gets to play that game. And then and you don't necessarily have to rely on the political authorities, the government authorities to tell the world what is this country, because the games and the movies and other kind of media get to tell the story for you. And then there's a great appreciation for learning about the cultures through the games. Even earlier today, I was listening to one of the panels, and there was a comment made that many athletes, or just many sports fans, not even esports, but just traditional sports fans around the world, have played the digital version of the game before the actual sport. Many people around the world don't play American football, but they might have seen Madden, or they might have seen like the new NC2A college football that people like my son and all his friends are playing nonstop. So I think you can see how people can learn about each other. And my personal motto is peace through intercultural understanding, and the storytelling that emerges from games and from all of the competitiveness in the teams, and especially with this Nations Cup, I'm really excited about that. I think that is part of this, the beauty of what is the video game industry overall.
No, I think it's a beautiful form of soft power diplomacy. I think it's one of the most understated versions that there are. I do want to ask, you mentioned the Nations Cup. What are you expecting from that? I mean, it's still very new. It was just announced. But what do you foresee for that?
I mean, I think as they mentioned on stage when the announcement was made, as Ralph was talking about it and so forth, it feels like just to wear your flag is like the highest honor. And just like with the Olympics, and I remember as a kid, growing up and watching the Olympics on TV when there were still only like 4 network channels on a TV. It wasn't cable yet, we were just watching TV. And you'd sit up and you'd have to watch it at 8 p.m. with your parents, and there was no recording. You just watched it for 2 weeks, basically. Yeah. And it was great. But then you'd go to school the next day and everybody was talking about it, right? And then with all the distributed media now, it sometimes loses all that fanfare, But a Nations Cup has the opportunity to bring the nations together and still, not only love the games that they're playing and the idea of the competition, completion, community, and challenge, but then the add-on of wave the flag of the country where you're from. To me, it's really thrilling.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful concept. And Moritz, what do you think of the Nations Cup? What do you foresee? What do you expect from it?
I'm really excited about it. Having been in the industry for a while, I've witnessed 6 or 7 attempts of creating country-based esports competitions. None of these IPs are still around. Many have tried, and well, they're not around anymore, so they haven't really succeeded in creating something. So I'm convinced of the fact that if someone is going to pull it off, it's going to be the Esports World Cup Foundation. Having proven the format of the Esports World Cup being great and captivating masses, and also like really looking at this event, not just from a data perspective, but the main immense infrastructure and operational, organizational challenge around it at the scale is really impressive. The Nations Cup is going to be just more of that, and then you have, they have to trickle this down to every country, having to figure out who their roster is going to be, play-ins and so forth. So it's going to generate like a lot more amazing content in a new format. And my favorite esports matches are always these international clashes that happen at the large events, like a LoL MSI or Valorant Champions or something. That's just cool when the regions rise up. So we're going to get to the country level through that. So I'm really excited for it. And then, so that's one thing. The other thing is what to expect to see. I'm ready for, I mentioned earlier the cultural regional preferences for certain game titles. If China or Korea, if they field their league roster, there's going to be 100+ athletes that would be a great fit. There's an immense top-tier talent pool. And then I'm just keen to see what happens if you have Malta, League of Legends versus China or something. We'll see.
Suddenly people taking up residency somewhere else, I think.
That we might see some, some second citizenships. I don't know what's going on. It will be interesting. So we're going to see the type of matches we kind of never got to witness before. And I'm also keen, to how the countries are going to figure this out, because there might be some compositions of players that we know and that we cheer for, that have been rivals for most of their career. And they get to be put on a team now and see kind of maybe a new chemistry evolving. So I think the storylines around it will be awesome. I think on the data side, we're going to see outliers we've never witnessed before. So it's going to be very exciting, I think.
That's wonderful. I mean, so you spoke about the Esports World Cup, and you obviously were here last year at the NGSC. Yeah. I want to ask you about the topic of commercialization, both of you. How do events such as these, Esports World Cup, the conference itself, how do they drive commercialization across sectors?
Drive commercialization, let's see. Well, I think the Esports World Cup just brings to the fans, the thrill of the competition. And so sponsorships and the broadcasts and the live stream and all of all the streamers who want to repeat and comment and practice and so forth. And then all the gamers who go off and play the game and then come back and have goals of making it to a point where they can compete in a competition like that. In terms of the conference, if you are setting up success at a conference like this where people can talk to each other and you heard us here just brainstorm, wouldn't it be cool if we produced a report that was made together. These are ideas where the thinkers come together and start to have a vision about what could be for the industry. For example, thinking about how the narrow topic is esports, but isn't it just competition and entertainment, and isn't it just another sport type of thing, and isn't it just people who are doing something they love to a level of excellence and then competing against each other? So when you boil it down to what is human, and we think about all those commonalities and the community building and all that type of thing, and you have great thinkers in a room together where they have opportunity to have conversations, it would be surprising if great ideas didn't emerge.
It's a beautiful summarization. And Moritz, I want to ask you the same question since this is your second year here. What have you witnessed on the ground?
First of all, it's impressive to see the advancements of the event itself and the boulevard. It's really striking. To the extent that I arrived there and was like, wait, that looked wildly different last year. So the arenas and everything is really great. So generally impressed by the ambition and then the execution speed on sometimes mega tight deadlines. That seems to be a theme in the region. So that's just something that is impressive, and it's cool to observe, especially when it comes together. But I have two main threads here. And this is so great that it's Esports World Cup and it's conference. So the Esports World Cup, think about what it's doing. It has kind of rewired a bunch of games, competitive ecosystems, and becoming kind of the main staple. So there's many games that had a thriving ecosystem, but because they are now part of the Esports World Cup, they become immensely more investable for anybody who wants to field the roster and compete or support the ecosystem in many regions across the world, because they might end up here. And that increases kind of the media value that a team can bring to a brand. So their ability to field partners massively improve. And generally, it has proven, and we've seen this with many deals happening since last year, there's just a larger influx, I think, of money. And after what people coined as like an esports winter, it's a good kind of renaissance of seeing that and done in a more sustainable way. And the second...
it's always summer in the Middle East.
Yes, that's good. That's good. See, we know esports winter here. Yeah? And then the other topic is really, and a thing I observe, if you, and this to your point with watching the Olympics and family, you discover disciplines, almost like, I don't know, javelin's really cool. If it's not for the Olympics, I'm not watching any javelin.
Yeah.
So similar here. I think both on the audience side, you discover new games that you might have heard about and like. So I think there's a cross-pollination happening of audiences that can drive more engagement, that kind of really then like survives the event itself, and can new fans are born out of it ultimately. And then how does it drive commercialization? Well, if that happens on the fan side and someone is measuring the impact and the cross-pollination on the viewership side, which you probably can, in a very capable way, display for the type of brands, that's probably going to lead to more investment and cross-pollination of deals between different competitive ecosystems. So this is ultimately it. And we didn't have this before. Like the different games, I would see them in more of a vertical sense. And now you have a horizontal layer uniting them in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and I think I agree with everything you just said. I also feel like Saudi Arabia is so impressive with their initiatives of, I'm going to build Qiddiya, and I'll have 109,000 workers working around the clock in 3 shifts to get this thing up and running, with hotels and residences and 30 game companies and the water park and the Six Flags and all this stuff, and we're going to do it in 5 years, and it'll be done, and it will be done. And here you look at this Boulevard City where the kind of tournament is taking place, and just like Moises said, it's just amazing, the growth of since I was here last year and the year before, watching like the evolution. It's very impressive. So, and one day they woke up and said, let's have an esports World Cup here, right? And honestly, that day was not too long ago. And what it's built into is so impressive. So honestly, if there is a nation and a set of people who can put their mind to it and get something done in record time, I think we're sitting right here in the hotbed of it all.
It's beautifully said, and I couldn't agree more. We had His Royal Highness Prince Faisal on the last episode, and he told us the first Esports World Cup was carried out and executed to completion within 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
That's
where can
crazy.
you find that?
It's really crazy.
It is crazy.
Exactly. We are nearing the end of our interview, and I do want to respect your time. So I wanted to say thank you both for joining me, Lisa, Moritz. I mean, your advice was so invaluable. Your information, the knowledge was invaluable. And I know I'm learning so much from data because it's a completely new world. And I'm already seeing so much overlap as well. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you so
very
much.
much.
This was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you to our panel for those insights on Asia and MENA's esports growth. We've explored data, infrastructure, and commercialization, the building blocks of the industry's future. Stay with us here at NGSC Studio for more conversations that shape the global game. Good afternoon and welcome back to the studio and NGSC Unlocked on the ground at the new Global Sport Conference in Riyadh. Football is more than what happens on the pitch. It's about fans, content, and connection on a global scale. In this session, we're joined by Dave Mace and Steph Lone to explore how cloud and innovation are powering the connected games at the future. So we have an intro for both of you, but I want to do a bit something impromptu since we are live. If you can give us an introduction into the work that you do, because you both represent AWS, if I'm corrected. So what type of work do you do, Steph, first at AWS?
Sure. Hi. So I am responsible for a group called the Solution Architecture Team. I have specialists for media, entertainment, games, and sports. And so really, you want me to get a little closer? Sorry. Okay, sure. So, I've got solution architects for media, entertainment, games, and sports. And these are specialists, and these are people who've been in the industry for anywhere from, let's say 10 years to 2 decades in the industry. Who have done either cloud migrations or transformations or full-on transformations from a technology perspective in their businesses. So on a day-to-day perspective, what does that mean? What does that look like, right? And on a day-to-day perspective, we sit with customers and we talk about their transformation, their journey, where they're trying to go, what their business objectives and what their business outcomes are, and then we try to empower that with the cloud services and the cloud technologies that we have here at AWS.
Amazing. Are there any common clients that people might know about at home that you can name that you're working with currently that you can say?
Yeah, sure. And Dave can probably talk about a lot of these too in region. So I work globally, and so we have a lot of the customers that you will know and love in the media and entertainment, games, and sports space. So everything from Disney to Sony. You think about Bundesliga or F1 from a sporting customer, PGA Tour. Riot Games, Epic. So we've got a lot of the big names, but the small names, the smaller businesses and enterprises as well.
And then Dave, you're the global leader for media and entertainment at AWS. What does that entail?
Similar to Steph. I mean, I don't lead a team of SAs. I'm not quite as techy as Steph is here. She's far more important. I lead regionally, actually. So it's in MENAT. We class it as a global leader, but I deal with a lot of MENAT customers solely. So if you think NBC,
Okay.
big customer of ours, we've just taken Bundesliga rights, Tamanya, taken SPL rights. But it's a similar job to Steph. I work in industry, and I had the same before, and I just drive.
Yeah, I think one of the really great things, Dave talks to a lot of our customers, and similar to what my team comes in and does. So Dave comes in and really talks about the what and the why of your transformation, right? And I look at our team as to come in to talk about the how.
Yeah, so I look at the beginning. What are you trying to do? Why are you trying to do it? Because we always like to work back in Amazon from something, and then I jump to the brains and say, Steph, this is what we're trying to do. Can you figure out a way to technically do that? And then that's how we kind of work together.
Yeah, and he works very closely also with our customers to figure out what are their KPIs, what are their goals, what metrics are you trying to achieve, and so we help execute on those metrics.
Yeah.
We don't just want to build for build's sake. I mean, we love building. That's who we are. We're a team of builders. But we also want to deliver value. So it's like we try and pause a little bit and say, well, why are you trying to do this? And we'll break it down a little bit further to get some measurable goals and KPIs, and then we'll go, okay, now this is now what we're building. Now we know why we're doing this.
Okay, it's an easy breakdown. Now I can digest it, and I think our viewers can understand it better as well. So we are in the studio stage. We are overlooking ESGC right now. This is the media center. I want to ask you, since we are in the conference, it is pretty cool.
Yeah,
I was telling everyone.
It's been a cool few days. It's been a really cool few days for us. Like I'm super happy we got invited.
This is exactly my question. I mean, we are nearing the end of the conference. Unfortunately, it does have to come to an end. But what has been the last 2 days for you? I'll start with you, Dave.
I mean, it's always nice coming into KSA. I'm based out in the Dubai, UAE, but I spend a lot of time in KSA. It's just meeting and connecting with people, and there's a big buzz on a community, not just around games, but generally media, entertainment, games, sports, or MEGS as we like to call it. But it's just to touch base, talk to people, build that sort of community, build relationships. It's like even me and Steph. You know, we don't see each other much, so it's nice just on a work thing to come, and then we've never met, so you make these connections, and I love it really. We talk about tech, obviously, and we talk about building stuff, but it's nice to know what people are doing, what's interesting them, what's not interesting them, what's working, what's not working, and then you ultimately go, well, how can we help you then? But it's just communities and connections and spreading that sort of word of stories and who we are and what we do.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. And so for me, it's fascinating. This is my first time.
In Saudi?
In in Riyadh. Oh, wow. And also for NGSC as well. So this has been really, a really great experience for me. One, to meet so many customers who are already using AWS, but also people who don't know as much about how to build and grow with AWS and be part of our community of builders. So that's been really fascinating for me. I think another thing is to see a lot of the legends. Like there's one up on the stage right now who has started and on the screen,
It's little fanboy moments.
We have a lot of folks up there, listening to him speak, and just to see the level of investment that Saudi is putting into esports and to gaming, and a lot of what you're seeing here is people investing into this community and into this country. So I think that's been really fascinating for me to kind of see and capture this, and then also just talking to customers about where they are in their journey, right? And so again, like I said, you've got some folks who've already been using AWS, know of us. We're obviously a very large global presence here, but a lot of game developers who are, maybe just experiencing AWS for the first time and seeing the different things that we're doing with customers across the globe.
And then in terms of, because you said gamers, in terms of fan engagement and fan outreach, how does AWS, what does your role play in that in esports?
Yeah, so fan engagement is huge. It's actually, we've done a lot, and I'll take you a little bit backwards on the journey. We've done a lot in the transformation. We started really in the broadcast and the more the linear and the traditional, and really focused a lot of time and attention on transforming more of that linear and broadcast operations model. And as that evolution has moved into more of the fan engagement, the immersive experiences, people are looking to do more and more fan engagement. They need to, both in esports as well as in media and entertainment, reduce the churn of their audience, and they want to figure out how to create that stickiness. How do I create that engagement, the retention? How do I keep my fans around and be able to monetize against that? And so, we do that in a lot of different ways at AWS. I'd say that's, I guess, one piece of the puzzle,
Big, yeah.
At least from a media and entertainment perspective.
Everyone's doing engage. It's probably our biggest topic.
Yeah.
I think where people come into us at first, they're always trying to achieve something, but I think in most media, whether it's linear or VOD or whatever, every single sport, and then I think now esports and gaming, they come in and say, yes, they want to streamline operations and things like that's a given, but I think every single one will come in and say, how do I engage a fan more? How do I monetize a fan more? And I don't want to say it's all very similar, but it kind of isn't similar. It's, well, what is your business? Is it football? Is it esports? Is it rugby? Is it tennis? Or whatever? Then you dig further into that. You kind of peel the onion on these sports and you go, well, what's a story from that sport? How do I tell a story from that sport? Okay, what data do I need to tell that story from that sport? Okay, what tech do I know? And it's just stepping back, and it really is.
And a lot of it's really about that storytelling,
Yeah,
right? So last night we were down in the arena, and as if you look at the synergies between sports and esports gaming, you look at these synergies where, like, even the intros as they're walking in, and
it was so cool.
The profiles of the gamers and the pre-game discussions, and you look at all those synergies in there to that versus what's happening in more of a sports arena or a sports league. I think our customers are trying to figure out, is that the right engagement with fans? How do we do that? I see the same in sports, and so you can see this with things like different personas of the people that our customers are trying to reach, and some of them are more classic and traditional, and so I think about Bundesliga right now as experimenting with how they're handling a generative AI version of their live ticker and social feed. And so, one version of the feed is very much like a sports journalist. You get a kind of a broadcaster feel from it. Yeah. And then they have another variation of the feed that they call, I think they call it Bro.
Yeah, they called it Bro. We didn't make this name. They called it Bro. It's just different.
It's different, more slang,
different personas,
more
yeah.
persona towards the youth.
Let's say I watch football and you watch football. You may engage on a different kind of persona level of commentary. So how do we, one, scale a business of global commentary for localization and language? And two, how do they scale that commentary in a different sentiment or whatever? So we're using like Amazon Bedrock with different models to go, okay, here's your Bro version, here's your standard version, here's a different language and stuff. But then it's also experimenting with that. So they'll test it and go, what was the engagement? What was the uptake? Did it work? Did it not? Did we hit more fans? And it's using tech to scale out, really, different audiences.
Yeah, hyper-personalization is huge, I think, in both esports as well as in sports.
And do you believe that, like you said, AI is playing an active role in that personalization?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Can I ask regionally, more directly, when we say about Saudi Arabia, how is AI being involved in AWS to engage with fans more heavily?
In Saudi?
In Saudi. Or even regionally, if it's too specific.
No. It's the same globally as it is regionally in a way. If we look at, you've got Thamania who've just won the rights for SPL. Yep. Congratulations to the team over there. Wonderful bunch. They're going to want stats. What's Ronaldo doing on a pitch, etc., etc. But they're going to want to do they want different feeds to different people who are watching? And as SPL take their rights globally, I think they just took it in France with a streamer, I think they took it with. They'll want different content, different camera angles and different language. So to really hit that experimentation at speed or to hit that scale to see if it works, they'll use and lean into ML to sort of test them theories and does it work or does it uptake. But whether that's regionally or globally, it's very much the same. We'll bring in the same, we don't differentiate tech of who can use what. So we'll bring in Amazon Bedrock, which is Gen AI, sort of like access to Gen AI models and stuff.
Your ability to have choice in which models you choose.
Bundesliga will use it.
Yeah.
NFL will use it. F1 use it. SPL can use it. So we give it to everybody.
And individual entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I can use it if I want to use it for myself. But like that, kind of locally, everyone is using it, but we're also investing in that area. So we've partnered with Humane. We've just invested shy of 5 billion in a region next year and stuff like that. So we're heavy into this region investment.
There's a heavy investment in generative AI and AI in general. And so if you think about, and I look at sports and esports, kind of has a lot of similar threads and ties in between the two. But I look at things like what we're doing with F1 as an example, and we're using high-speed, high-resolution cameras, as well as computer vision, to be able to do things like bring the action to the fans on how close to the wall, like a Lando Norris cuts, right? And how close does that car actually touch? And that brings that engagement in. But that wasn't possible before by just regular traditional methods.
A human eye couldn't do it.
A human eye can't do this, right? Same thing with with NASCAR. We did a burn bar because there is no fuel gauge.
Yeah, that burn bar was cool.
Yeah, there's no fuel gauge in a NASCAR, and so how do you know when these guys are going to pull over? How do you know when strategically during a race they should do this so that they're not overtaken in the race? You see the same thing with F1 and the way that we've used AI with our partnership with F1, that they were able to actually design a car to actually do what fans wanted. They wanted to see more overtakes, right, in the game or in the race. And so in order to be able to do that, F1 had to run multiple simulations, and they did that on top of EC2, which is a bunch of our compute services. They were able to actually run simulations 8 times faster. They were taking 8 hours.
They went from days
down to hours. Yeah.
So they'd run. So not to get all geeky. But
no, but all right, go ahead.
You so take over my geeky role.
You have so you have computational fluid dynamics. Which is wind tunnels and airflow.
Very technical, but yes.
I won't get into it because I don't know it too much. But I remember actually being given a talk on computational fluid. It's so fascinatingly interesting. But it's basically about wind and dynamics and things like that. So with a car design in F1, you get so much time in a tunnel per year on the rules. So you'll have a car design, excuse me, you'll go in a wind tunnel and you've got so much time in this wind tunnel, then you compute, did it change the car design? But that compute on premise was taking days to compute because it was so intense, like the mathematics of it. They moved it into Amazon and were able to change that from days to hours, which gave them more time to test, which made them pre-season, you could sort of adapt the car design more than what they previously could.
And they had
it was amazing.
I think it
to
was
watch.
the stat came out like 22% more overtakes.
It was 30%, I think. It was.
Yeah, 22 to 30% more overtakes for that season. And so, what does that actually translate to the fan? More engagement, right? Again, they want to see that closeness to the race. They want to see how close did it get to the wall, right? And I kind of equate the same thing to the dynamics of how esports players are playing the game. Is like, how we're looking at different player stats from sports. You can look at different player stats from esports. What was the reaction time? Like, what kind of kills? Is it, they've been playing for this amount of time. How many kills?
Death kill ratios.
Yeah,
what's individual player doing?
Exactly.
Put that into a team. It's all about data, really. But when getting that data back to what we talked about a few minutes ago, get a story out of that data then and stuff, and then engage that fan. Whether it's a new fan, how do you bring in a new fan? But then, how do you get a regular or hardcore fan? How do you engage them further into that sport? And it's back to the storytelling of them stats.
Yeah, and I think data, look, I mean, for us, and that's the thing that we talk to all of our customers about, is data is the foundation to all of this. And getting your data into the cloud is that first step in being able to do more with your data, to be able to do that data-driven storytelling, to be able to do generative AI against this data, create better analytics, and create those better stories.
And then in terms, you touched upon it very briefly. There was one topic where you kind of compared esports to other sports, and there was a lot of overlap that you're seeing. One of the consistent topics we've been seeing throughout this podcast in the last 2.5 days was how to make esports more mainstream, how to attract wider audiences that aren't really in the gaming industry. Coming from the media perspective, you're two experts with AWS. How long do you predict it will need, and then what steps need to be taken to make esports more mainstream to wider audiences?
Getting it out there as a platform is a first, which I think EWC are doing a fantastic job to get that mainstream sort of viewership. It's an understanding, and this is with it, and again, the kind of convergence and crossover here is, let's say you're watching cycling, and you have zero clue about cycling, but if someone takes you through the sport, how the rules are, what it means, they engage you, again, you tell the story, you would understand it and you'd watch it. It's the same for esports. What does that game mean? How do they win? What do the teams do? And then you naturally get engaged with it. So it's just telling what it is that's happening. I find works.
Yeah, I think they're making. I think the esports has made a lot of leaps. Forward over the last couple of years. And I think it goes back to that storytelling. I mean, we were in the arena last night and watching, and if I equate it back to the sports, you had an entire section of fans for Team Falcon, right? They're there with their flags, they're waving, they're hooping and hollering. You got Aurora on the other side, they're hooping and hollering. And so if you looked at both sides of the arena, very much so it looks like a sporting arena. And what you see in a traditional football match, and even in the U.S., the American football version, or even the real football version, as Dave he likes to remind me constantly.
But as soon as the match started, so you've got two kind of novices. I do bits of gaming, but there were a lot that didn't.
I'm not going to talk about my Counter-Strike 2 episode. We're just going to leave that alone.
The minute the Counter-Strike game started, the conversation stopped in a way, didn't it? Because we all 100%. Went, oh, what is happening? Yeah. But then we asked the EWC guys who'd taken us in, we asked them to start explaining what was going on with the tactics of the teams. And again, I don't want to rinse and repeat it, but it was back to a basic story to us. And we were like, oh, this is fascinating. And we just were silent watching it and absolutely loved it because we started to understand what's going on in the game.
And how does that
overlap? Brilliant to watch.
Yeah.
And that's in person. And how does it overlap to broadcasts? Is it very similar approach of storytelling?
Yeah, but you'd in arena. So there's an in-arena experience and a live experience as in watching on a sort of stream. It's same but different, I guess. But in arena, we could see it there. We could talk to someone. They'd explain it. What you want to do on a live broadcast is is the commentator explaining it? Or can you visually explain it with any graphics and annotations and stuff like that? So then you visually tell the story. And that's how you could get that, excuse me, in-arena experience to the home experience.
I think that's where esports has this interesting advantage, right? Esports is a digitally native
they were
platform.
born there.
They were
weren't
born there. I think what you see in sports is we talk a lot about secondary experiences, second screen experiences. You're watching broadcast, you're on your phone or you're on a tablet, and you're getting a companion, like a companion type experience. And that companion experience, let's use American football for a second, even though I know it's
We'll roll with it. We'll roll
with it. But yeah, in a lot of American football, you've got fantasy football leagues. You have people sitting on the couch, or in a stadium or wherever. But what they're doing is they're navigating a website, or they've got their fantasy football league on some broadcaster platform typically, and they're watching what's happening. They're having that companion experience. They're pulling up the stats. They're seeing, what does that mean to my to the fantasy football league that I'm in? Am I going to win this
all the
week?
games
Am I
going
not
on
gonna-
and
all
stuff.
Esports is very interesting because it started as a digital experience, and so I think you're going to see a lot of this the similar. People are going to be using companion apps. They're sitting there in the arenas.
We used to find it a bit in traditional TV.
Yeah.
So you'd have a live game, and you want people watching it. Everyone's on a phone, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So then you'd be like, there was the whole second screen debate of, we don't want a second screen. And then you'd be like, and this always happens in tech.
What was the
and
second
media.
screen debate? What was
So let's say I'm watching a live game. The second screen is a mobile device, and here's my primary view, and here's my second screen, and you're faffing around looking at different stats or scores maybe. Not to bash our industry a little bit, but we're always a little bit slow to change the mental model of thinking, and people would fight and go, you don't want a second screen, you want them on the primary. But then you go, well, no, how do you just augment that and make that part of that viewing experience? So instead of fighting it, embrace it. And that's where extra stats and extra feeds would come up, and personalization on the phones, where you'd have that and things like that. But it is interesting, the esports way, how it could flip that and go, we already started here, so which way do we go?
If you think about it, you had a lot of, in sports, you had traditional loggers, people going in and putting in the events that are actually happening and what's happening on the field and the players. With esports, the data's already there, right? And so just being able to ingest that, and I think it goes back to that personalization, that real-time streaming, and then, for example, when your favorite esports team wins, being able to have in companion shoppable experiences, like, okay, I'm going to buy that, Falcons jersey or that Aurora jersey from last night, right?
I mean, that's really, shoppables really worked in ways.
Yeah.
For esports, like you said, you click a Falcons or whatever. For if you're watching some Saudi Pro League, do I want to buy Ronaldo's boots? You do a click and shop, etc., and it's kind of
very specific.
But it's embracing. Well, everyone's a Ronaldo fan, aren't you? Let's be honest. But it's embracing the use of tech to augment the primary viewing. So again, we'd use machine learning for that to go, what are they wearing? Let's recognize what they're wearing. Let's make it a seamless, frictionless. It has to, because if it doesn't work, you've lost them. Like one-click buy of whoever you're sort of watching on screen and stuff.
Yeah.
But
embrace that second screen.
This is happening now already, actively. Yes. We could see it. So I want to look to the future of connected content. What is that going to look like in terms of, are there any new opportunities that might emerge, that you might expect to see from cross-platform storytelling or even fan participation? How are they going to develop?
Not to jump in.
Please, go ahead.
But this is super exciting at the moment, especially in region, because traditionally, again, back to old school thinking of fan industry. So you have your media rights, you'd sell them, and then someone would broadcast them, and there's all this production around it. And don't get me wrong, some of that is just beautiful and fantastic to watch. But recently, you've got content creators, podcasters or streamers, that are snapping up rights. So SPL just did a deal, Bundesliga just did a deal, but then you'll go back to the born in digital. A streamer or a content creator, they're born in tech. So then you're going to go, well, they've just taken sports rights, which is mental, like an individual, where it's usually a big business. So how are they going to use tech to broadcast these sort of sports rights? And they won't lean into tech because they're born into it. So they'll use it from the off.
Right.
So it's an interesting sort of landscape and shift at the minute of viewership, buying rights and using tech to view them rights and stuff. It's fascinating at the moment.
Yeah, I think that another interesting trend too that we've seen is, content creation used to be really beholden to enterprises, right? And to larger broadcasting companies, holding companies. Content was created kind of in these broader studios, bigger studios, and I think really where you're seeing a lot of content now being created is down to the individual contributor level. Smaller studios, there's this empowerment now with the ability to embrace all these technologies, cloud computing, software as a service. We have a lot of ISVs that we work with, that we're seeing content creation come from everywhere. And it's not just coming from big corporate enterprises, right?
Imagine like the single YouTuber, he or she has bought the rights, would then be able to use like a Grabio, which is an ISV partner, and can broadcast what would used to take 50, 100 people, and it's one individual now.
It's one individual.
It's just mental what's capable with tech.
It's changing the way content is consumed.
Absolutely mental, but fascinating.
But even
landscape.
think about creators of the development of the actual games, right? Like this whole Grow a Garden, and the 16-year-old now, I think, from Grow a Garden on Roblox. I mean, who knew? So I think what you're seeing is this huge trend of not only cloud, but this ability for individuals to create games, build games, distribute games,
engage
broadcast games at a global level. Yeah.
We spoke about football very briefly. Every now and then we drop little nuggets of football, real football and different
real
football.
So
real
if
football.
anything at the end of this podcast we've taught you is that ML can scale a business and real football is with a round ball.
We'll let them decide, I guess. We'll say football and football. Well, I know it is soccer, but I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
No.
So we did talk about football very briefly. So I want to ask you, from two experts, what can football learn from esports, and what can esports learn from football in the way that it's being consumed by audiences now?
Well, I think traditional football broadcasters, they're already, from what we just touched on, they're learning from esports. So you had, Twitch doing games and stuff like that, whereas we wouldn't have done that in traditional football. Now we are. So I think they've already learned from it and are picking that up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
the other way.
Yeah, well, so I think we've seen esports learning from traditional broadcast just in the way to do production. I think that's how to level up production for a global audience, and maybe more of a high def type audience in a broader expectation of the higher level of quality maybe than a YouTube video, right? So I think that is maybe one area of learnings from maybe the more traditional broadcasting industry, at least more of the expectations of the customers. On the flip side, I think esports audience is much younger and has a much bigger tolerance level for the quality that they're used to on their digital devices, and not necessarily 4K and UHD and all of these higher res formats.
A bit more scrappy in that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, I do think that the traditional broadcasters and media companies have learned quite a bit from esports, just in the scrappiness and the ability to move quickly. We have an internal thing called bias for action, and we try to move very quickly to learn, to experiment, to do things. And I think the esports industry, by even doing things like what we're doing here at NGSC, is learning, experimenting, growing, very quickly, learning what's working with these audiences, what's not working with these audiences, and iterating very quickly. So I do think that's an area that the traditional broadcasters are looking to esports and seeing what's working and what's not, and maybe they can replicate some of that within their own productions.
The speed of innovation is, again, back to a single content creator. They can try something very quickly with tech, embrace it, fail it, and just keep innovating quick. And I think traditional broadcast When you look at Sky Sports, it's fantastic, the production. But it can just be hard to move a big enterprise company on change. That's all. It's just embracing that speed of innovation and pace. That's something they could pick up. But I do think broadcasters these days, top ones, they do pace quicker and change quicker and experiment.
I'm hearing chants. I'm wondering what's happening on the outside. I'm hearing chants every now and then. Maybe there's a match happening here on the ground. I do want to ask you, I don't know if you heard of the Nations Cup announcement that took place yesterday. I was asking different guests what they thought about it, what their expectations or what could it mean for the sector as a whole.
Yeah, I loved hearing this announcement. I think it's great. I also think it's amazing that it's starting here in Saudi. And it's going to be here in Riyadh, November 2026, is that right? Yeah. But I also love the idea that while it's created and born here, that they are going to go region by region and allow that to be a much more open, inclusive of all regions, to be able to do hosting in the future, right? So
it's good to get stories out of the kingdom, for them to do things first and then go, this is how we've done it, and we'll scale it to Neymar and Amir and stuff rather than this way inwards. It's going to be a good homegrown story, I think.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's coming. This is an innovation coming from here, born here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that's great.
We like them stories.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful because it's going to unite people in fun competition globally. And I think it's just there's that soft power diplomacy aspect of it, and it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
So we're approaching our last few questions, but I do want to ask you before I tackle this last question. Do you game? Either one of you, do you actually game? Since you are in the esports venue.
Saw my, okay.
I saw you kind of diverging from the question. You didn't want to answer.
We played it yesterday,
we played Counter-Strike 2 yesterday, and I don't think I made it.
We were next to each other.
I think I made it a total of 1.5 minutes in each one of these rounds before somebody got me in the back. So I just
the worst thing is I actually game a little bit. I've never played Counter-Strike 2, but Fortnite, what used to be Pro Evo, but now it's FC football and stuff. But we were next to each other on Counter-Strike, and I'm sure for a whole 2 minutes, you might not think 2 minutes is long. For a whole 2 minutes, me and Steph would appear, die, appear, die, appear, die, and we kind of looked at each other and went,
maybe this isn't for us.
But we thought we were playing with just the other two at the side of us, and then we found out in the lobby there was a load, like 6 other players who were.
I saw this.
We're all expert gamers. Let's just be clear.
So we just went, could someone please stop shooting us for a minute? I want to have a go, but it just instantly all 4 of us had such a blast in like 5-10 minutes of gaming. But yes, I do game, not to this level, but. Yeah. Fortnite with my kids, love it. Football, love it. I have some great memories of Metal Gear Solid 1. So seeing, I forgot his name now, the founder of that here was brilliant. He just brought back memories and stuff. I'm not an avid gamer, but I do love playing some games.
All right, I'm a gamer, but not maybe in the same traditional sense. So I'm a little older, and not in the same traditional sense as most. My kids, loved Fortnite growing up. Unfortunately for me, it was very similar to my Counter-Strike experience last night. I would spawn and die immediately because both my kids would figure out a way to, they knew where I was going to spawn and
It's made me want to play it again, though.
But prior to that, I was very good at Ms. Pac-Man. I actually have Ms. Pac-Man arcade game in my home. Thank you very much.
Is it a proper old school arcade?
It's a proper.
That's impressive.
Oh, nice.
Proper. It is impressive. So I enjoyed that. But even before that, I was a PC gamer. And I enjoyed Full Throttle. So if anyone knows that
did you build your own PC?
Did
you build your own PC?
No, I did not build my own PC. Sorry, I did not. No, shame. But I did play the game Full Throttle multiple times.
Wow.
Do you game much?
No, Candy Crush occasionally on the
Okay, yeah. No,
people ask me this question. They're like, Candy Crush, and you're no, I'm not a competitive.
We had a good chat on retro games last night, all the original sort of football games, but like Golden Axe and all. Like I'm talking super old games on Sega and stuff. There were some. I mean, there's some classic games now, but there were some classic old school games in them eras of the '90s and stuff. Yeah. Street Fighter, How long has Street Fighter been going? It's so good.
Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, I've done a lot. I used to kind of sit in an arcade quite a bit, so I got a lot of old school arcade games under my belt.
It's amazing.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
There
Continue.
was an amazing stat today, which I should have known, but I got the numbers wrong. I think it was 750 million gamers a month
On AWS.
on AWS.
Wow.
That's a phenomenal number now.
750 million.
750 million.
Yeah, if you think of like League
Like
of
MAU,
Legends,
monthly active
Fortnite,
users.
these are monthly
That's
active
impressive.
users that are on our platform.
Globally,
So
around the world. Wow.
We're all in on games.
Yeah, 100%.
It's amazing. To wrap up the interview, I just want to ask you, since you're both representing AWS, is there anything that you're excited to share, anything that's coming up that you can share in the podcast about your work at AWS now, whether regionally or globally?
So
Regionally? Yeah, you go.
Well, I was just going to say, look, globally, we've been making a lot of announcements in generative AI. Everybody's talking about generative AI. It's probably the hot topic of the last 3 years.
Yeah.
So we've talked quite a bit, externally about how we're helping empower developers to move more quickly. Right, going back to that move more quickly theme, get more things out there, experiment more quickly. So, we've got Bedrock Agent Core, that we've announced recently. We've also got Kiro, which is an IDE for a development platform that uses generative AI to help really build much more quickly. So when you're building out your games, or you're thinking about using, AI as a code assist to help you. We've got Amazon Q. We've got a lot of different generative AI and AI-based services to help developers. And I think that's super exciting to be able to see this next generation of developers be able to move quickly, build games quickly, deploy quickly, and then when their game takes off, scale quickly. So those are probably the things I can think of right off the top of my head from a global perspective.
There's a lot happening, though, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot happening at AWS right now.
Good stuff.
Really good stuff.
I think regionally, people talk about KSA, but we as a business, we are all in on KSA. I think it's Q2, Q3 a region next year.
Yeah, next year.
So we're building infrastructure, just shy of 5 billion.
5 or 6 billion to just support.
We're all in on the kingdom.
Yeah.
And we're here to stay.
I like to hear that. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good to hear that. So we are approaching the end of the interview. I do want to respect your time, and I want to say thank you both for joining me on the interview. I learned so much about AWS, honestly, and even broadcasting, from its origins to what we have now, and it was an interesting conversation. So
we're just getting started here.
I like that. I like that we're just getting started.
We're just getting started.
It seems like the venue is slowly closing down, but I know there is an after, not after, but there is a dinner happening afterwards if you'd like to catch it. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
And football, as we said, is a global, digital, and connected like never before. I want to say a special thank you to Dave and a special thank you to staff for sharing their perspectives on how technology and leadership are shaping the game's future. Stay tuned for more studio conversations here at NGSC 2025. Thank you. Day 2 of the new Global Sport Conference built on the foundational discussions of Day 1, with a clear focus on the future of fan engagement, the integration of technology, and the importance of athlete wellness. This morning began with His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan, who addressed NGSC's role in shaping the future of sports and gaming and the importance of strategic partnerships and fostering global collaboration. Following His Highness, 2 dynamic sessions covered immersive topics, including the evolving role of video games in entertainment, the future of play, and the integration of advanced technologies to enhance gameplay, as well as athletic performance and to understand player preferences. In the mid-morning, chess grandmaster and EWC ambassador Magnus Carlsen discussed the habit of winning and the importance of mindset in achieving long-term success. Joining him on stage was Stephen Bartlett, who added to the conversation, discussing how making small steps and applying small changes can create significant improvements over time. In the afternoon, Ralph Reichert and Peter Moore assessed the growth of gaming and esports and its evolution to the modern day, followed by an in-depth discussion on the potential and implications of cloud-based gaming. In the final session of the new Global Sport Conference, visionary game designer Hideo Kojima was joined by the stage by filmmaker Nicholas Refn to discuss the creative process, the importance of inspiration, and how to connect with global audiences with authenticity. It has been a pleasure hosting the NGSC Unlocked podcast. My name is Lam Al-Hamoui. I'm a journalist and host of the Discussions podcast, and it has been a pleasure being your host over the last 2.5 days. We'll see you next year.